Right, mic's working. Laundry? What? Hmm. You want to help clean up something? Sure. Ice cabinet for soy sauces in the toilet, and so I can throw them out. Or do you want to do anything like that? Because I remember you said you want to get it clean. Oh, you don't have to either. I was just taxing you because I know you like doing that. Someone just subscribed? Oh, hey man, how are you? Oh, what's up, man? I didn't even see your message. What's up? Someone just subscribed, so I guess I gotta do the push-ups. Appreciate the subscribe, Sarjan. I probably butchered your name. Sarujan? Sarujan? Alright, let's get back to work. Yeah. Ew, that was so bad. Oh man. By the way, which year are you in? Oh, bro, I'm not in college. I'm currently looking for jobs. I get my typing speed up though. Okay, we're 74% done. You're in college, right? Are you the guy that I remember a couple people were talking. Are you the first year or the high school guy? Oh, thanks. I really appreciate it. I'm really excited for the interview. I have an interview coming up in February. So I've been grinding DSA. I'm definitely after this. I'm going right back to Leetcode. Oh god. Oh, you're in high school. Oh yeah, yeah, I do remember. You said you're going into your first year next year. What got you into computers or programming? Like my accuracy is really bad. I need to really work on that. Ugh. Is the music too loud? I have no clue. Weak. Pretty bad. Shut. Whatever. State. Boy. Also, how'd you even find my channel? Ugh. 94%. My goal is to really hit that like 95% accuracy. Even if speed goes down, having like I think that builds a really good really good like muscle memory for the keyboard. Later. They teach Python in high school, so I liked it. Honestly, my laptop is like a second home. Suggestions on what? Like stuff. What suggestions on as far as what? That was pretty good. 97% accuracy at 63 words per minute. That's actually pretty good. I'll take that. PATE hated comms look. It's day. Ooh, that was good. 5793. Like I searched Leetcode for it. I scrolled a bit. Saw your channel. Oh, nice. What do you think of the videos? Do you think like what do you think? Oh, hello. We got a new person in chat. This is going okay. I feel like the words are too small for you guys. Can you guys even see that shit? I don't know. For me, this is good, but for you guys, I feel like it's too small. I don't know. You can see. Oh, I feel like I'm doing worse as time goes on. 85 is really shit. I think my fingers are getting tired. Maybe I'll take a break. Okay, 94. I just like the vibe. LOL. Pretty chill. I just like the vibe of my Leetcode videos. Thanks. I kind of meant like, are they? I guess they. You didn't say they're like hard to follow, so I'm guessing I explained the topic fairly well. Holy, oh my god! I'm sorry if I just like destroyed your eardrums. trying to get like try to become more smooth with the typing. I really want to get to that my goal is to really hit like 100 words per minute, but we're definitely I think you have to do something called touch typing where you like 92. I really need to hit higher than that. Right, 95%. Have you read Vagabond? No. What is that about? Is that like a book you're currently reading? That was good. 95%. Well, that was good. I gotta blow my nose. Oh, I messed up. Oh. Ooh, that was decent. Oh, someone is new. I subscribed. I don't know why your name didn't pop up. Some people's names popped up and some people doesn't. It the story of the character you have on your YouTube banner. It the story. Oh, really? That's what that is. I didn't even know. Someone subbed, so I have to do 10 push-ups. I got you. It doesn't pop up anymore. Like that one guy, Surgeon Rooney, like he popped up, but new subs don't. I'm not really sure, but I got you. Ooh. I just passed my first 45 minutes, so we get to go on break. I had a 10-minute break. Let me just finish this last one. Oh my. Oh, hold up. Okay, goal reached. Alright, so I'm now on a 10-minute break. Maybe I'll look at that Vagabond thing. On my 10-minute break, I guess I want to like... There's something I'm so bad at, the vision thing. 20. Ooh, that wasn't even that bad. Ew, ew, ew. How do I restart? That was terrible. Let me move my mouse. Ooh, almost got it. See you tomorrow. All right, peace, brother. I appreciate you. I appreciate you pulling up to the stream. Good luck on your exam, Lord. Ah! I feel like I could definitely get a better score. No. The second one I fucked up. E3, E7, G6, D8, D3, H8. They changed what the pieces look like. That seems like a terrible place to put a bishop, but whatever. You just leave his pawn totally. This guy is so strange. I have no clue. I think I played that really bad. Definitely played that poorly. I really think like after knight f3 check. Oh, he saved his ass. Okay. There's still some magic we can do. Not sure what the point of that was. I think immediately attacking the queen is a good idea. Maybe going after his... He's gonna go rook c1. He doesn't go rook c1. Just leaves it undefended. Interesting. He just give up another piece? Is this what's happening? Why is he giving up so many pawns? What's this guy doing? I think you're cooked, dude. You're so cooked. I think that's mate. Wait, no. Checkmate. Let's go, baby. Get cooked. He played terribly, though. I don't know how much pride I could take in that one. Alright, that's enough of that. We did the typing, which is good. Better not do Leetcode today. Should have. Keyboard's done. So now it's the Leetcode session. Problems I want to get done. Shift distance between this BS ass question. Alright, let's do it. I'm gonna have to get Excalibur. Okay. A, B, C, D. And this has a shift. I'm just gonna say this is forward. Is 0? I think 0. Now go A to B costs 1. So when I click, so when I see that, so what does this mean? This means to go from A to B, it costs 1, and this is index 0, 1. And A is the first letter in the alphabet, right? I think. From A to C would cost 3. And then A to D would cost, A to D would cost, from A to B is 1, from A to C is 3, so it would cost 6. So if I want to calculate how to go from A to C, I'll look at the third index. And to go all the way around would cost 10. Okay, so how would we use this to our advantage? The 0 here is is because to go from, if it's A to A, then we'd get A minus A would be 0, because the difference between A and A is 0. We go to here is 0, and it would put out 0, right? If you try to go, let's say A to C, you would get the destination. So C is the third letter. So 1, 0, 1, 2, 3. No, C is the second letter because it's 0 index. So you see this will cost 3. And then, so it'd be 3 minus, and then you go to A. A is the 0 index, so that'd be 0. So it costs a total of 3. Because they go to A is 0, to A to B, A to C, and then A to D. Okay. Now the question really arises when you have to go, like a wraparound. So let's say you want to go from C to B. Since C, our endpoint, which is here, and our start is here, since our endpoint comes before our start, that means we have to wrap around our prefix sum. So there's a couple issues with that. One being If we use the old formula, we would do like you get the end, which is b, which would be 1, minus then c, which is 6. It'd be like -5. That does not work. Because what we really have to do is calculate from b all the way around, and then because it's like to go from b to go to c to b, you would have to go here and then wrap around again. So how would you calculate that? Well, you know that it costs 10. Wait, so you know that to go across the whole entire loop is it costs 10, right? But we want to figure out what's the cost of just going from our start point, which is C, to the end, which is D. So we say, well, if the full loop is 10, and we want to see what's C to D, we do full loop minus yeah, we do a full loop minus, and then our start point, which is C. So the only thing left would be, this would be the full loop, and then we essentially be subtracting the part we want, which would be the prefix to C, which would be this. So the prefix to C, because it's A, B, C, D, is C is 6. Is 6. 10 minus 6 is 4, right? That means it costs 4 points to go from C to D. I mean C to A. C to D costs 3. Yeah, C to D costs 3, and then from D to A costs 4. Wouldn't that be like 7? Did I do my math right? 6, 10. Yes, it would be 10. The full loop is 10. You can do 10 minus 6 because we want to do the starting point, right? Or does it make more sense to do 10 minus E, B? If you go to B, the cost to go from A to B is 2. That'd be 8. This is where the logic really slips. Because what we really want to do if we want to figure out from C to B, C to D costs 3. Can you wrap around? D to A costs 4. That would be 7. And then lastly, we just need to know A to B. And then transform from A to B costs 1. So the answer is 8. So 7 plus 1 is 8. That's how much it costs to go from C to B going forward. How do we figure that out? So we know the full loop is 10. So to go across the whole thing is 10, but we want to figure out how much it just costs to go from our starting point C to the beginning. So 10 minus what? How much does it cost for us to go to the beginning? It costs 7. It would make sense to go minus the B, because that doesn't make sense. There's like something really wrong with my logic here. Because I know it costs something. Its full loop is 10. Minus how much it costs to go to the end. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. So minus, yeah. So it would be minus the end. So B. So this is from A to B. This is to C and then D. How much does it cost to go from A to B? That costs 1. Hmm. What would make logical sense here? 10 minus what? Has to be C. Let's start. So we go. So if we do 10 minus the start, right? So it'll be full loop, FL for full loop minus the start. The start is C. C, you see how much does it cost to get to C? The B, the C costs 3. So that'll be 7. So what do we do there? We know that the full loop here is 10, but we want to figure out how much does it cost from our starting point to wrap around. So we just subtracted how much it costs to go from A to C, right? Yeah, so A to C. A to B costs 1. And then B to C costs 3. So minus this, that would just leave us C to D and D. Yeah, so minus the start. Yeah, because we don't. It seems weird. We don't include the start. That seems strange, right? If we know the full loop is 10, and we want to figure out how much does it cost to go from our start point all the way around. For some reason, we do the start, which is, in this case, start is C. A, B, C. Let's go to A to C. Oh yeah, because to go to A to C, that's non-inclusive. You actually don't include the C's value. So you subtract everything from here and it just leaves what's there. That makes sense. So that leaves us our first point. And now next we just have to add whatever's on the other side. So that we just do like prefix sum plus. So we did the start to the end, right? In this case, B. And A to B costs 1. 7 plus 1 is 8. So that's how you figure out the forward price. That's definitely a little tricky to wrap my head around, but that makes sense. And do we do anything for backwards? Backwards, I believe, is the same exact thing. I think that makes sense. Okay. So first we need to forward and backward prefix sums. Next we have to S and T. If iterate, iterate, iterate. And if we need to wrap around, we do if you need to wrap around, we do what? Full loop minus at n. If not, we do next p at end minus next p at start. Store Store the forward cost in a variable. And next we have to calculate the backwards cost. It'd be the same thing. I just have like a b backwards prefix sum. I would sum up all the values, and then it would just work the opposite way. Because if let's say we wanted to go like from C to B, if the destination is behind us and we're going backwards, then we can just I subscribe. You now do push-ups. Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't pop up. How do I even prove this? Let me see. My subscribers has not changed. It still says I'm at 217, dude. Nutshell? Are you sure? When did you subscribe? How can nothing popped up? Did I even get this guy as a subscriber? I'm so confused. You're not even here, Mr. Nutshell. Look, these are all my subscribers. The last subscriber was 54 minutes ago. Are you sure? How you subscribe and my subscriber count ain't go up? Seems a little fishy, dude. So if it's backwards, then we just do like... What the? So how does it not show anywhere? You're telling me subscribe to my subscribership doesn't go up? I mean, you know what? I'll do it because I don't mind, but that's so weird. Maybe it's a glitch. Whatever. I'm not really that concerned about it. All right, let's get back to work. So we had our backwards prefix sum, and we know that we could just travel backwards. Wouldn't the formula would just be like BP at, like if we want to go C to B at end? Minus... Even if you do, it's all good, man. I appreciate you pulling up to the stream. BP of start? I'm pretty sure that's how that works. This is the cost of previous... If you shift to the previous letter... So this is the cost of going from A to Z. Right? That's a little confusing. The shift of a previous letter in the alphabet, if S of I equals A, you should replace it with Z, and this operation calls S of J, where J is the current index of S of I. So A would be 1 then, to go backwards. So it's the same thing. It's actually the same thing. And then we have global costs. GLOB. AL, and then store the forward cost in a variable. Do the same for backward. Add the min to and then just literally, I think that's all we have to do. Hey, Rashford? I don't know who the hell Rashford is. So cost equals 0, return cost to the end. So we need to create a forward and backwards prefix now. I'm gonna call it NP for like next prefix. And BP for backwards prefix. Disable 0 because why do we have it? Why do we have it have a 0 in the beginning? That's a good question. Because if we want to query how much it actually makes sense, because if we want to see how much it costs to go from A to B, we can just look up A. Where A is the first letter in the alphabet. A to C, you would just have to go to forward prefix. Wait, no, this is C. You want to see how much it costs to go to B? B is the index 1, so you have to go to 1, 0, 1. That makes sense, okay. And then we go 4. Is it just for like... word 1 and word 2 in... char 2 in... zip. Always. In total plus equals next cost. Yeah, yeah, it's definitely a bit challenging at times. I think I fucked up. I zipped them, but I need next cost at I. Yeah. It's not, it can't do this. I didn't think about this correctly. At I, then back total will be previous cost of I. So that makes sense as we go. Next cost is 1. We had 1. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Will it get the last character? Because it'll go. This. Yeah, I should add all of them. Should have the full loop. For. What should. I don't know if I could type in chat. I don't know. I don't know if I can even send links. No problem, no problem. Oh, you got it? Or I'm gonna delete that now. Alright. Alright, let's actually get the fuck back to work. So we have our next prefix and our total prefix. Iterate through S and T. This is supposed to be down here. I post videos like every day. If you're not every day, I try. So for char 1, char 2 in zip. And now we need to know if we need to go full wrap or not. I'm just call this like forward. Yeah, this is all gonna be forward, and then backwards will be down here. Oh, thanks, appreciate it, man. I'll do your push-ups. I got you. Let me just finish this first. And check out the videos if you have any like suggestions and stuff you want me to cover. I got you. I love making videos. All right. Anyway, forward. So we need to know if we need to wrap or not. From tomorrow, I would resume my Leetcode run with you. Oh yeah, for sure. You know, we could all hop on here and do some questions together. It'd be cool if we could all do the same question together. As long as we're like, oh, I see you on LinkedIn. Oh, what's up? I'll accept you right now. So as far as forward, we go like, all right, well, it's like if I should call these start and end. Cause that's where the, oh shit, it works. See it. I don't know if that just came late. I don't know. That's so weird. I love to prepare for FANG companies with. Oh hell yeah, definitely. Fuck, I need to actually lock in. I need to solve this problem. All right, so if forward is if the word of start is start is less than word of And that means we don't need any wrap. Less than or equal to? Yeah, that makes sense. And then we need a variable called like forward cost. I'm just like F. I'm just called like F cost. So if the start is less than or equal to the end, then that means that we don't need to do any wrapping. So we simply just say like, if we do, actually, I don't think I need to do this. I could just do like F cost equals. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. You too as well, man. Good luck on the grind. We do. I think I called them NP. I literally forgot to append them. I'm such an idiot. I need to stop saying that. NP dot append and total back total, and not instead of NP we do BP, not the gas station. NP at oh my god, this is not gonna work. Oh my god, oh my god. Start equals ord of start minus ord of A. So in this case, that would be like, if it's B, it'd be 1. Okay, nice. Okay, and you just do NP of end, then subtract NP of start, some shit like that. And if we need to wrap around, we just say else. We would just do NP of -1 -1, so that's the full loop, minus NP of start. So I get the cost of going from, oh brother, I'll get the cost of going from our endpoint, I'll get the cost of our endpoint to wrapping around, to get to the wraparound, and then we just need to add NP at end. Yeah. That makes perfect sense. So we have F costs now. Now we need to do this for like the backwards. I'm pretty sure it's like very similar. I think I probably, so if it's backwards, we just have to do if the start is less than, so if the start is greater than the end, if the start is less than the end, that means we're gonna have to wrap around. If the end is greater than the start, if the start is, yeah, greater than end, then backward we can do it here. It would be like B cost equals NP of negative. That means there's no wrap. We just have to do BP of n minus the start, right? So this is the backwards. So to go to so it's kind of hard to understand this backwards shit. So this represents going from A to Z, A to X or something. Wait, this takes like a bit more thinking. So if we need to go backwards and it's not. Let's say we want to go C to B. You see the cost of going to C? This seems weird though. The backwards cost is kind of confusing. So let's say we got like, this would be A. You want to go from B to A. Crossbow gaming? Oh shit. I got you. I'll do your push-ups. The next character, a cost of 0. Yeah, he just went backwards. So if you want to go from B to A, you just have to look at the previous cost at the second one. Minus the previous cost at A, which would be 0. Yeah. Hello, Dark Shadow. Wait, it'd be previous cost of. It'd be BP of start minus BP of end. And that would be the backwards cost. Okay. Okay, so that's like the first part. Holy shit. Now, if we wanted to go. Oh my god, it's 2 people. Crossbow gaming. Okay, I owe you guys 20 push-ups. Give me a minute. I got you. Just let me do this real quick. So if we need to go if we need to go backwards where the start is less than the end. So we're starting at start is less than the end. Start is like a B and the end. Wait, what? Hold the fuck up. Start is less than or equal to the end. That means we have to wrap around. Backward wrap. And we do B cost equals. How would we do the backward wrap? I think we'd need the full cost, so we're gonna do BP at -1 for the last one. Like the start is less than the end. So the start is here, and let's say we want to get from B to C, but backwards. So I'm pretty sure it's just the opposite formula. So if you know the full, like, all right, let's think. B to C backwards. So we have to go from B to A, then C, then A to D, then D to C, then C to A to B. Wait, no. D to C. So we know the full cost of this loop is 10. We need to know how much it will cost to just go from B to A and then A to D. And what will that be? What? So B to A costs 2, and then A to D costs 1. So that'd be a grand total of 3. So we know the full loop is 10. Damn, this backward shit is so crazy. I got you with your push-ups. Let me just think about this really quickly. A, B, C, D. So we know the whole loop is 10. And we need to figure out what it is to go, just to go from here to here. And what would that be? Well, it would be whatever the cost of going from. Dude, I don't know. This backwards thing is so confusing. I think this is like the last piece that I need. This means that in order to go from A to Z, it costs 100. From A to X costs 101. When we go through this, previous cost at whatever A is, so to A to whatever letter in the alphabet backwards. So to go from A to Z. Dude, that backwards shit is confusing. From A to Z is one rotation going backwards. We have to do something with the numbers. There's something interesting about going backwards that I just don't get. Because if you had A to B, can you just treat it the same way? Let's say you want to go from A to B backwards. That means you'd have to go all the way around. A. What the fuck? This is crazy. When I is 2, 0, 1, 2, from A to B, you said you just go. A to B. It says you shift 25 times to a previous character for 1. A to B. But you know that going next would cost 100. And then from A to B going backwards would be what? Yeah, it would cost 1. That shit's breaking my brain right now, dude. How'd they figure that out? What the hell did they do here? From going from A to B? Do we know the full time around costs a certain amount? The full time around costs 101. Minus BP of end? What's end? What will be the end? We start at A, we want to get to B. We look at B, it'll be 100. So minus 100? So 101 minus 100. And plus something. So it'll be full loop, which is 101 minus 100 for the B. Oh my god, I owe you guys 30 push-ups. Okay, I got you, I got you. Damn. I'm just having trouble like comprehending this shit, dude. Whatever. I'm taking the break. Alright, I got you guys. I owe you guys 30 push-ups. That's 20. I'll be right back. these last 10 push-ups, and then I'll be right back. Oh, we got 1 minute back. I guess I'll stop what I'm doing. I feel like I could figure this out. It's really, it shouldn't. I guess it's like the cost of going back 1 from A, back 2, back 3, back 4, back 5. Okay, that. So if you want to figure out how much it costs if the start is before, start is less than the end. So if the start's greater than end, we can just go backward. We just look at, well, start, in this case A, minus the end. How much it costs to go backwards from A to A minus the times it backwards to go from A to the end. Does that check out? So if you want to go backwards from A to B, we need how much it costs to go backwards from A to A, which should be 0. And it costs it goes backwards from A to B. If we want to go from B, no, C to B. From A to go to C would cost a certain amount. I think it would still be the end minus the start. I think that makes more sense. And as for the full wrap, you calculate how much it costs to go from. So if the start is less than the end, start, that means like the start would be like at A and the end is at C. So you calculate the full cost to go from, for the whole loop, and what would you subtract? How much it costs to go from A to C, right? A to C backwards. Yeah. A to C backwards and then plus BP of end. Start. You can just add how much it takes to go from A to B backwards. I think it's supposed to be start first. And then this is end. Because if you know how much it costs to go from A to B backwards, you figure that out. That's the bigger number, and then you subtract it from that. Wait, yeah, did we do that right? I think this one's start. And this is end. And then if you want to know that, if you have to go from B to C backwards, whole loop minus. What are you trying to figure out? The distance between it goes from B all the way to D. Fuck, this is so confusing. Whole loop is 10. I'm gonna figure out how much it goes for B, D to wrap around. Whole loop minus 10. It's either B or C. A to B? I think it's the end. The minus AC. That backwards shit kind of confuses me. There's no way this is right. List index out of range. This prefix sum shit is insane. Forward cost. What do you mean list index out of range? There's a next prefix sum -1. Leetcode. This problem actually like just ragdolls me. terribly. 11 and 2. Yo, I have no clue. I gotta ask the AI. I hate the fucking prefix. Wait, I'm an idiot. What? That's like such a stupid error to make. Holy shit! One of them worked. That was a retarded ass error. Okay, hold up. 200 expected 2. Wait, hold up, hold up, hold up. Hold up. I think I could fix this. Start end. Forward costs and back costs. How much is that? What's the price? So going from A to B. This is the forward cost is 100, which makes perfect sense. The backward cost I got was 102, which should not really make, that does not make much sense. So the backwards cost, if you're trying to go from A to B backwards, that means you need to wrap. So A is less than the end. Okay. Got 102 for some reason. So BP is literally the accumulation of the whole thing. In this case, that would be 101 plus BP, and this should be 0 though. So to go from A to B, we're like wrapping around incorrectly. So we know to go around the whole loop costs 101. But we want to know how long does it take to go from A 101. Let's just think about this. What do we do here? We did the 101 minus BP of start. In this case, start is A. So that means it would cost 1. I think end and start would make more sense. So it costs 101 to get all the way around here. Then we know, we want to know how much does it cost to go from A to the starting point. The start is A. So from A to A to B is all the way around the alphabet. So we need to know from A to A is how much. All the way around is 101. Minus N, which is B. So that'd be minus 100. That'd be 1. Start is 0. This makes more sense. No. This is so close. 101? I'm so close, bro. So we know that the cost to go around the whole thing is 101. Boom, right here. We want to know, hey, how much does it cost to go from A to wrap around to the last letter in the alphabet? Because there's like 2 loops. You want to go from A to, I guess, Z. So 101 to go all the way around. And you want to know the BP of start. Oh, no, it's minus everything we didn't use. Let's pretend this is the backwards one for a second. Let's call this BP. And you want to go from A to B backwards. To go to A to B backwards would cost not 1. It's A to Z backwards. Wouldn't you have to know how many spaces back to go? Like I'm not making any progress. Wait, what? You're only one tiny logical level away. Your prefix sums are now fine. The bug is the backward swap formula. Backward swap. From start down to 0. It's literally just the. Is this the only thing that's wrong with my backward swap? Isn't that fucking what I wrote? Yeah, that's literally the same shit. Considering this shit still doesn't work. I you know, they don't even know how to fix it, bro. What the fuck? I didn't build the prefix on the right way. It's literally how I built my prefix on. Yeah, I cannot. That's so retarded. How I built my prefix on is incorrect. What does that even fucking mean? Dude, what? Dude, this is so fucking stupid. The fuck? Do any of these even work? Best rotate so the prefix align correctly. I hate this. I hate this. Obvious? I don't even understand the problem. Damn. Wait. I hate fuck this shit, dude. There's no way this bullshit works. There's no way this bullshit works. You're such a. This is such cap, bro. This is such cap. This is such cap. There's no way this works. I straight up refuse to believe this works. Yeah, it doesn't even fucking work, dude. ChatGPT can't even answer this question. You're telling me that's the issue? F cost backwards. I totally got the forward part. That made sense. Backwards absolutely fried me. Yeah, so you get the backwards cost of the start. Yeah, I think that's the part. Yeah. So after A comes E, if you go back, the previous cost to move from letter I to I minus one, think of it like a clock with 26 letters. Yeah. Why do we need plus one? A cost to move from A to D. What the fuck? Cost to move from A to D? Yeah. The cost to move from B to A? A to D. If we want to go from B to A. If you want to go from B to A, what would that mean? Alright, from B to D. Start is greater than the end. Start. Start of D, which is 3. So we gotta go to 4. What does 4 represent? Represents A to D. You go to B. That's the price it would cost to go from B to A, D to C, and you go from D to C. But if you want to start off, the price it goes from A to back 1. If you want to start off at D, 0, 1, 2, 3. You want to go So to go from D to C, okay. So to go from D to B. So D to C costs 1, and B to C costs 2, so 3, okay. Started start, which is 3. 0, 1, 2, 3. What does this represent? The cost to go to what? D to C? To go from C to B? The most confusing shit ever. What does this even mean? I hate these problems. Like, yo. From an up to just before K. I don't understand what each one of these means. Suppose we just want to move from D to B. Maybe as we traverse D to C and C to B. It's so crazy. So starting in so they got A to A. Sum of edges to go from 0 to 1. A to D. A to D. Dog, you lost me. Wow. Like, the fuck? A to D. The price to go from crossing from letter I A to D. Bro, how do you fuck? Like, what the hell? Go from A to D. A to D. Maybe D. The sum of all of the edges? That shit doesn't make... That is insane to me. Bro. Yo, what the fuck? This is like mental gymnastics, they're not lying. A to D costs 4. B to A costs 3. D to C costs 2. C to D costs 1. B, C, B. So the path from three? BP of start plus 1 includes the edge leaving start. BP of start plus 1? BP... I'm starting at D. We're starting at D. Zero, A, B, C, D. So this means you're starting at... This is the cost if you're starting at... C to go to B. C to go to B. So this would be the cost of going from D to C. So you have to go to +1 for the start. So this would include the D to C edge that we need. Yes. BP excludes the edge. Hello. Excludes the edge leaving from B to something. To what? B to what? So we want to get the... From D to C is one of them. And then we need to go from C to B. And it's this one. And we know... So we know that where we're starting from is 4. if we go +1, this will include every edge from A all the way up to D. Now we have to subtract the edges that we didn't use. So if we're starting from B, B is the second letter in alphabet. So B is at B at 1. This is A to D. Because 1 only includes going backwards. So we need to, because this would include the B to A edge. But we don't need that. We just need the D to C, C to B. So if we go the end +1, this would mean you would exclude all the edges up to B because it's going backwards. So B to A is not useful. We need to go up 1. A to D is not useful. We need to include another one, which is the B to the A. Oh, wow. Oh. I'm starting to get it. So damn. Taking my break. Had enough of this stuff. Since the edges go back, then the edges go backward. Then that means that we don't need that. We need the cost of going. Because B to A. Start +1 because we're starting at D. D. Start is D. D starts. D is the third letter. That's so fucking crazy. This is nutty. D to going backwards. Come on, I need my break. Wait, what? Wait, oh guys, I'm back and I did 30 push-ups. And I don't know how the hell you can get Wait, who subbed? What are y'all talking about? I did 25 push-ups. I did 30 push-ups when three of you guys subbed. Would love to prepare for hello. So I subscribed. Where 25? Maybe like 10. This is 10 push-ups, brother. I don't know where you got. Where are you getting these numbers from? I mean, I guess I'll do 10. What is Leetcode actually? It's like a place where you could do programming. Could you basically it's like coding challenges and then you solve them. But I'm having trouble because I'm a little sped today. And we subtract what programming do what? And we subtract BP of end plus one because end is the what programs have prepared. Pro what? Are you speaking English right now? What is that? What does that mean? What are you asking? Dang! Oh my god! I finally figured it out. Just a suggestion: entertain more. Won't get hype. It's not that type of string, man. If you're looking to get like entertained heavy, I don't know, man. It might. So can you help me do? Backwards, I'm thinking. C to A. Let's go to C to A. B to A. C, so how much does it cost C to that? B to A. Minus how much it costs to A. So let's C to that end. Let's C wrapping all the way to A. Big transformation from A to B. Start is C. I think that makes sense. To go backwards from C to A. Backwards to go from C. J classic code. C to B and B to A. So we don't. So we need 10 minus. What's to A? 0, 4. Because A to D we don't need. Just goes. Goes A to D. We just need. Yeah. 6. B to D. D equals. How much does it cost to go from A to D? Back from B to D. Yeah. How much does it cost? Edges. D to B. B to D. How much does it cost to go from B to A? So D to A. I'm trying to B. We need to go B to A. So B to A. B to A. The backwards we had to go from B to A. A to D. Oh, but it wraps around. We start B. So it'd be. So it goes plus 10 plus 1. So in this case, the D is 1. The wraparound, so we have to calculate the price, the cost that goes from B to B, the loop all the way around, and then we have to calculate how much it costs to go from $440. So this is calculating how much it costs to get from B to the full loop around, and then now we have to figure out how much it costs to go from D. So we get the full loop and say, yeah, how much does it cost to get to A to D? It will for 10. This is crazy. What the fuck? Yeah, I might use up all my brain power on this shit. The forward costs would wrap full loop minus how much it takes to get to the start. So that'll calculate how much it takes to get from C to A. Wait, that'll calculate how much. So a full loop and then start, which is C. These niggas just do full. You just do +1. There's no way. C to A. Oh my god, I've had enough. I'm gonna do something else. Makes a guy smaller string after substring operation. What was that problem that I forgot what it was called? Shop penalty. This shit. Penalty for a shop. The shop closing the shop at the 0th hour would be a penalty of 3 because we were closed when 3 people came in. If we close at the first hour. If we close at the first hour, then that means that we won't get a penalty for first hour. Customers. Oh, yeah, I can't spell. Customers dot. So if we go through, if we close the shop at hour 0, then that means that the amount of Ys will be our penalty. If we close at hour 1, then that means that a penalty. Closing the shop at the first hour means you get no penalty him, but you get a penalty for this one and this one. Do you see a Y? The penalty should go down, right? But why? Means there was a customer at hour 1 and we closed at hour 1. Oh, but that means the one before that we were open on. So if we see a, oh yeah, so if we see a Y, then a penalty goes down. If we see a no customers on that, and then we're open, penalty should go up. You know, that means we're closed. Closing shop at the second hour. Wait, what? So what makes the penalty go up then? Close on the first hour. There's a customer there. Wait, what? Like a little confusing. This, close the shop on this one. That means -1 because that means that we're open. If we loop through and we know that there's like, if we close the shop at hour 0, then we know that the count equals y, and then we just do which equals 0. Penalty equals is if we were to close at hour 0. Then if we loop through customers and we see that we have a y, what does that mean? That means there's a customer at hour 0. If we close at hour 0, then our penalty should go up. Not necessarily, though. Nigga, what? This is so stupid. If we had like a, say we had a penalty of like 3, because that means that all enclosed. We go for hour 1, what's the penalty? We say, well, if we close here, then that means that you have a penalty because you're not open here, and you get another penalty because you're closed on the Y. So as you go through, so the here penalty of 3 because we're closed all the hours. Here penalty of 2 because we're now closed on an hour. So we're closed on an hour that a customer came in. So we incurred a penalty. But that was already there. So what does that really mean? That means that we're open for, yo, this is fucking insane. We see a Y, penalty goes up. Penalty goes down. If you see a no, penalty also goes down. And there's only 4. The ith character is a Y. It means that that a customer came in on the 9th hour, whereas N indicates no customers came on the 9th hour. So we get a penalty. So if we close at hour 0, pretty sure they say where the ith character Y. If the ith character is Y, it means that the customers come in on the ith hour. It means someone came in on the 0th hour. It could be equal to N. So if you close at hour 4, what does that mean? That means that no penalty, no penalty, penalty, no penalty. The inverse of closing. So every hour you go up, every time you see a Y, you subtract 1. So we see so if it's a Y, you subtract 1 from the penalty, the current penalty. And if it's an N, what do we do? If it's an N, what the fuck does that mean? That means we close on an hour. So our penalty should still go down. How do you think about this shit, dude? I don't know how the hell Prince solved this shit so easily. But so YYN, so at index 0, we close here, that means that everything to the left, the amount of N's to the left would be a penalty, which would be 0, and the amount of Y's to the right would be a penalty, so 3. At here, the amount of N's to the left, so 0, Y's to the right. Yo, what the fuck? That's so weird. There's 4 hours. There's really 0, 1, 2, 3. There's 5 hours, but there's only 4 customers. 4 hours where customers actually come in before and after they close. So like, let's say we made some type of like array and it had like for the 0 to n hours. So there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We know what the first one is just going to be the accumulation of all the y's. So 3. It'd be all the n's. It'd be 1. All right. So now to do the middle ones, we'd say, all right, so this is index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. To do index like y here, which is the y, the index 1, which is the y, we say, hey, how many y's are to the left of us? And how many n's are to the left of us? 0. How many y's are to the right of us? 1 plus like the current one. So 2. 0 plus 2 is 2. Here we look to the left of us and we say, hey, there's how many n's are behind us? 0. How many y's are in front of us? 1 plus 0 because we're not 1. Here we look, hey, how many y's are to the right of us? How many n's are to the left of us? 0. How many y's are to the right of us? 1. How many? Oh, wait, no, we're not there anymore. We're here. Y's are to the right of us? We're at 3. 1, 2. Means we're closing at the 3rd hour, so 0, 1, 2, 3. How many y's are to the right of us? How many n's would be 1? How many y's are to the right of us? 0 plus the 1 that we're at because we closed here. That'd be 2. The hell? That's a tricky ass question. Prince of the Genius. I don't know how the fuck you solve this shit. 3? The thing where there's like 5 possible hours, but there's only what the hell? But wouldn't I just have to do like just return whichever one has the lowest? Hey, it's a Y. We close at hour 1. It means we'll incur a penalty here. We just made it go up. I'm trying a minimal penalty, so how do you think about this problem? I have no clue. It's kind of difficult. How the fuck that solution Prince came up with is low key genius, bro. I feel like he stumbled up on that shit, or he's just a genius. I don't know. This nigga just like how did he do that? He was like, hey, well, 3 plus 3. The starting penalty here should be the number of Ys. You iterate through the number of customers. And you say, hey, we see a Y. So we could just make it go up, right? We see a Y again. Enumerate all the indices. So we'd have index of 1. Yeah, I don't even understand how this works, bro. So we go through first and we have 0 and a Y. We are close to index at 0. You have to look and say, hey, how many N's are before us? 0, right? How many Y's come after us? 2, right? That's so fucking freaky. What? Closed on an N. It doesn't even really matter. Wait, I think that's how that works. Wait. Wait, hold up. If you're going 3, you start off the penalty of how many Y's there are. So there's 3. There's 3, right? And then we go through the first indice and we say, hey, man, we have a Y. That means we're closed on index 0. So what does that mean? That means that we're not open. So if we're closed, and the current value is a y, you would think your penalty should go up. Close the shop at the first hour. Close the shop at this hour here. That means that how do you not get a penalty for closing the shop when a customer's there? What? That's confusing. If the shop closes at J, it means the shop is closed at hour J. If the shop closes at the Jth hour, it means the shop closed at. So you close the shop at hour 1? Wouldn't that be here? That's hour 0? I feel like that's like kind of weird though. That there's even a hour 0. It means we're closed at so that means we're closed at hour 0 and it's a Y. So if we're closed at 0 and it's a Y, that means we incur a penalty. That means we incur a penalty here, which would make this go up to 4. So we keep and our penalty currently is 3, so we just keep it there. Next we go to the 1. Be 1 and Y. I have no clue how to think about this problem. At any index, the penalty is the sum of the prefix count of n and the suffix count of y. Prefix count of n and the suffix count of y. So there's 0 n's. There's 3 y's. There's 0 n's and there's 2 y's. Here there's suffix. It says the penalty is the prefix count of n. How many n's come before us? So that'd be 1, including this one. And how many y's come after us? 1, so that'd be 2. The prefix of n? No, it's 0 n's. I mean, y's come after us 1, so it's 1. And here, we closed here. It means the prefix of how many n's? In this case, it would be 0. How many y's? Two penalty? This would be fucking 0. is the prefix of ends. In this case, there's one n, so we get a penalty there. We get a penalty for closing on a y. Should be 2. Should be 0 and 2. So can't I just start off at zero? You know there's no ends. And the y's. Wait, holy shit. Wait, hold on. What? You know there's no ends yet. I think I might have figured this out. Hold up. So if we start off and we just assume that the penalty is 3 for all the y's, we go through and we start here and we say, hey, we see a y. So our penalty has to go down because we closed on a y. So penalty goes down to 2. Now we're here, we see another y. That means that we closed on a y. Yeah, I don't understand this shit. We close here. If we close here, that means that there's a penalty of, we have a penalty 1 plus our penalty. Subbed? Okay, I got you. I'll do the push-ups. What does it mean? Like, we only get penalty. So I guess the idea, I'll do it. Just give me 1 second. The penalties after us are just, if we close here, that means that we're gonna, all the y's after us, we get a penalty for. So if we know that we have 3 y's in total, that's the maximum amount of penalty. So if we close at y, then we're closing. So if we close at 0, then what should happen to our penalty? It should go down or up. If we close at 0, then that means that the penalty goes down. Coding. Fucking hell. The penalty goes. If we close at y, what does this mean? That means that all other y's out here will incur a penalty. And we know that there's exactly 3 y's. So our current penalty plus 1. So that means we get a 4. And if we're here, then what does that mean? So we keep it at 3. We say, hey, well, if we close at America land, if we close at this y, then that means that we'll incur a penalty because we close here. but will be open. Yeah, but will be open beforehand, so this penalty goes away. Closing at index 1? What does that mean? I have no clue, bro. What the hell is a kilometer? It's 1,000 meters, brother. Yo, what the fuck? So you're studying CS? Yes. If we close at hour J, the penalty is the number of ends before J plus the number of Ys. Dude, I don't even know. Let me do these push-ups. I'm so out of here. I legit don't think I solved anything today. I legit don't think I solved shit today, dude. God damn. What question can I even do? X or I 8. That was 8. I wasn't really paying attention. Earliest time to finish one task. This has to be easy, bro. You're given a 2D integer array task where task is SI or SI, and task represents a task with a start. Represents a task with a start time of S that takes T units of time. Return the earliest time at which at least one task is finished. What? For S for start and D for duration in task, res equals do push-ups. This will motivate me. Yeah, pull up. Yeah. Yo, he subbed. I don't know why the sub thing doesn't pop up. I got you. Give me 1 second. Res equals min. I said int min like an asshole. It's not the answer. It's int res. And it's tasks. All right, so I gotta do some push-ups. Give me a second. Object int is not iterable. What? Hey, bro. Oh, you're back. What's up, man? Wait, or you? Yeah. What? Oh, min of res. I saw you could tell I'm so fucking fried, bro. There we go. Are you learning machine? Not really. Just regular programming. Boom. There we go. We solved the problem. Yippee, yippee, ki This penalty shop question is actually insane. I'm gonna do this another time, not right now. Watering plants? I do not want to fucking water any plants, dude. Goddamn, why is it white? Next permutation. End queens 2, length of word. I think I'm about to get off. I'm not gonna lie. I've been here a while. I'll go do something else. Let me do that guy's push ups and I'm out of here. This dude Prince had some crazy O of 1 trick for this that's like that shit doesn't make any sense, dude. At any index, the penalty will just be because if you close at this number, you mean a number of n's behind you and a number of y's in front of you or at you. So it would be 3 and then 0. This would be 0 and 2. This would be 0 and 1. So how would we calculate that? I'm pretty sure we just go through. What if we just made a prefix thing that's like called n? Calculate all the n's to the left of you. And it's just the prefix sum of all the n's, and then we have y. So in this case, it would be 0, 0, 0, 1. And then the y prefix, or will come, no, it would be like, well, everything after. So in this case, it would be 3, 2, 1. Yeah. I think that makes sense. So how do you build this? Oh, to keep it up, I appreciate you. You have to go through. What if we just counted the number of y's? And every time we see one, for index 0, it would be the count of the total number of y's. We subtract 1 y. Oh yeah, so we count the total number of y's, and if we see a y, then the y at whatever index we're at plus 1 would just be the minus whatever the previous one was. Right? If we see an end, then what do we do? All right, so we need USTOMERS customers. I'm gonna say like let's call it ends. If customers at I equal N, then total plus equal 1 and ns dot append total. Perfect. For the y's that come at, that's a little bit trickier because how do you calculate the number of y's that come after a certain index? So if you start off at here, the number of y's would be it's the same thing. I total else, and then we're just gonna do yt equals plus equal 1. Can't really do y's dot append. It wouldn't really work because I think it makes sense to go here. Some shit like this. Does this make sense? Name, oh, I said TY. Yes. 3, 2, 1, 1, then 3, 2. If the customer we're looking at is an N, actually I don't know how to create a prefix on then. We go through and we see an N. It should be 0, 0, it should be 0, 0. Oh, if you see an N, you have to add it to the one after. Because you're looking for N's that come before. So if you're adding in, you don't add it. You add it to the one after. All right, perfect. We have this one correct. Now we need to fix the other one for y's. We want to have 3, 2, 1, 1. We got some other shit. I think we'd have to literally know, like, count y, something like that. So we see 3, and then every time we see a y, we would subtract 1. So it'd be 3. Not, and then this would turn into a. This would turn into like a 1 or something. This would turn into a 2. We don't want that. Should we append it first? So 3. C1 is 2. You can't do it for the first one though. The first y you see, you can't like subtract. Why is that dependent on the y total? Y total is 3. We see a y, then we subtract it and add to the next one. And I not equal to 1. And I not equal to 0. Then we just do. I think this makes sense. Tripping balls. 3, 2, 2, 1. If it's an end, then we want to append. And we don't want to subtract. right, that makes that takes care of the fucking ends, bro. They take care of how many y's come after a certain index. Wouldn't you have to iterate backwards? If I went backwards, I'd be like one. That would make so much more sense. It seems so fucking retarded. After I saw Prince do that like beautiful ass one liner, I feel so stupid doing this shit. But this is the most like the only way I know how to do it. YT and then we just do NS. The Y's. So we go backwards to this pre-sum. Let me see. A, we have a one. Fuck. One, one, three. How the fuck did you get one, one, two, three? It literally. I got one, one, two, three. I just reversed that shit, bro. That makes perfect sense. Oh, it's an iterator list. My nigga. What? How the fuck do you reverse a list, dog? Like, is that what you want from me? Yes. There we go. We got it. And all we gotta do now is do for I and range length of customers. We go through and we say, hey, P equals Y's at I plus ns ends at I. Maybe the penalty. The max P and then like I don't know, big number. Max P. Max P equals the min of max P and P. If P less than P is less than min P, then min P equals P and res equals I. I think it should work. What? Nigga, what? It's Y, Y, Y. If it's Y, 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 I'm about to off myself, bro. Output equals I don't even know, dude. If penalty minus, if you see a Y, you subtract one to the penalty. Opening hour with a customer.